How's it going, everybody? Just thought I'd with what is it, 7.0 just around the corner. People may be having some questions, and there has been, some frequently asked questions, sort of thing, and answers, that sort of thing done. And I might go through some of these right now. So if you're interested in it, here it comes, I suppose. So I'm not going to do it all straight away. I'm only going to do bits and pieces here and there. So first up is creating characters and existing characters. So one of the questions is, will the new character creator thing on the PTS be in the expansion at launch? So therefore, what they're asking here is, when we went into PTS and went to create a new character, what we saw on there in create on the PTS, will that be seen at launch? And the simple answer from a developer is yes. It will be seen on 7.0 at launch, the new character creation things. Okay. Another question was, can a brand new free-to-play player creating for example, a Jedi Knight origin story, choose the Sentinel, Guardian, Sage, or Shadow combat styles right away at level 1 in character creation, or are there any restrictions? Yeah, the simple answer to that, yes, they can. They most certainly can. Free to play. It's not sleepy time. I just like to yawn. I'm not allowed to. Anyway, where are we up to? Yeah, from the start, anyone free to play, preferred players, subscribers, when they load in, create a new character, they can choose their story, then choose the class style, combat style is what they're calling it, as to what they can run through that storyline. Can a brand new free-to-play player create a Jedi Knight origin story, choose the Dark Side Marauder, Juggernaut, Sorcerer, and Assassin combat styles right away at level 1 in the character creation, or are there any restrictions? The simple answer to this one is no, they cannot. In order to be able to have the dark side versions of the opposing side version, I should say, of the character you're creating, you must first unlock the Dark 5 or Light 5 achievements first, before you can have the opposing side's combat styles. So therefore, if you're new, just create your account, subscribed, free, anything like that, you will not be able to choose the opposing side at all. It's just not going to happen, because you haven't had the chance to Dark 5 or Light 5. Okay, so if you log in and you create a Force user, you must use that side's combat styles to start with. Once you get to, say, Dark 5 or Light 5, depending on the side you are, once you get to that achievement, then you will get the opportunity to swap. So you get to, say you start off as a Sith Sorcerer, you get all the way to the end of the storyline as a Sith Sorcerer, whichever combat style you choose throughout that. Mainly Chapter 3 is where they're going for with that. You can then, if you've reached Dark 5, well, actually as a Sith Sorcerer, if you reach Light 5, because you're already on the dark side, so if you reach Light 5, you can then switch it to the opposing side's combat style. So you'll be able to change a Sith sorcerer into, say, a Sith sage. So such a thing like that. And same if you went the other side. So if you started off as a sage, you got through to chapter 3, and you've reached Dark 5 because you started off as a Jedi, you can then change that through to a Sith sorcerer, so a Jedi sorcerer, if you like, type of thing. So at launch, the next question was, can an experienced player who has unlocked Dark 5 achievement on their server create? So this is server bound, not account. So if you've unlocked Dark 5 or Light 5 on their server, and you create a Force user, you can then choose the dark side or light side combat styles to go with that. So you're not locked into, just say, if you want to create a Jedi Jedi Knight, for example, you've had Dark 5, but you don't want the Knight story. I won't mind you, Tina. Thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated. Just go through a few questions and answers, that sort of thing. Yeah, okay, so where are we at to? Yeah, if you create your Jedi Knight or say Jedi Sage or something, but you've had your Dark 5, you want to play as, say, a Guardian or a Sorcerer or something like that, then at the beginning you can choose that option as your combat style. So you can do the Jedi Knight story as a Sith Sorcerer, or you could do the Jedi Knight story as a Juggernaut. So that was totally up to your choice at that stage. And next question, can an existing character change their existing combat style? Example, a former trooper Vanguard changed to a Vanguard style operative. That was their original plan. They did want to do that for people. Unfortunately, due to some sort of limitations within their codings and stuff like that, or now I'm not up into coding and that sort of stuff and how things need to be done, but they have said at this time it is not possible for them to do so. They tried it, other things came up and made problems elsewhere or further along or something like that. So they've changed their stance on this and have simply said it cannot be done. So existing players cannot change their style from one to another. However, that said, if you're a Force user and you have unlocked the Dark 5 or Light 5's versions of also achievements, when you do get the choice to either go, say if you're a Jedi Sage, you can change that to a Sith Sorcerer. You can't go to any other Force user. You can only go to the opposing side's version of that class. So Jedi Sage, Sith Sorcerers, Jedi Knights, Juggernauts, and that style sort of thing. So, and that's how that part will work. The last question I'll do for now, we'll cover some more a bit later on. Will I be able to fight like one combat style or advanced class, but use the weapon of a different one? Say, for example, fight like a Marauder, but use a double-bladed lightsaber or will be like a guardian with 2 lightsabers? Answer is no, you cannot. You are restricted to whichever combat style you choose. That is the weapon you're restricted to using. Okay, so Guardian, Jaggernauts, single lightsabers. Sentinels, Marauders, dual sabers. Shadows, Assassins, double-bladed. Ceremonial lightsabers held off the side for the Sage and Sorks. So that's how that's going to be. You are going to be limited to the weapon that is associated with the combat style you are using at that time. Okay, so more of that will come later, as into how that will work. And I will go over these over the next couple of days as well. So for those who haven't been able to get hold of or seen it and stuff like that. But yeah. Anyway, let's get back into the game. We shall go over some more of these later on in the stream. Probably a little bit more after each flashpoint that I'm doing. Now, I've already loaded up my character that I want to use. Let's just switch the stream. Here's that. Put some game sounds on. I was having a few internet issues earlier today. Hopefully it won't be the same as yesterday. I worked out what the problem was yesterday. Someone was downloading on my internet service that I've got, and obviously that took up some of the bandwidth and made streaming, well, not possible. Anyway, that's not happening at the moment. Earlier, there was some other issues, so it may require a restart of the router, I don't know, but we'll cross that when it comes to it. If it comes to it, let's hope it doesn't. Go back to Odesson. Now, I'm not going to be listening to story this time. This is not one of the characters I listen to story on, so I will be space barring through it. I've got approximately 16 hours worth of characters to get through. I think, is it 16? That might be more than that. Anyway, I've got a lot of characters to get through on these storylines before Tuesday, February 15, which is when 7.0 does drop.
The base now runs like a well-oiled machine.
This is well within our trick.
Such carnage. We there.
Do what you like.
We'll.
Dark side on this. back off into the main part of Edessa again. After long journeys. And we off to conference room. That's the one. These questions and answers I was going through was supplied to me by Soterista. So much thanks to her for all the hard work she does put in for the game and for sharing it with us. Mind you, if you do anything towards Star Wars and SOTOR and the like, and you don't know who Soterista is, a simple search on anything to do with Star Wars, the Old Republic, would generally bring something up about her, or something that she has done towards it. So it's very easy to find out who she is. She plays on the Satil Shan server. No, she doesn't. She plays on the Starport server. She might have some on Satil Shan, I don't know. But I do know that she has mainly on Starport.
You don't demand anything, Jakaya. Certainly not from him.
If you're risking your life out there, I'll demand what the clan requires.
What's going on?
It seems I'm a child in need of a parent.
You're Mandalore, the Avenger. You have responsibilities to all of us.
So you often tell me.
Who's this?
Jakaya Ordo. One of my best. He managed to avoid my notice for too long, but now I've put him to work. Though
Yeah.
I'm having second
Before stream,
I would gladly go back to
I made myself a coffee.
Great Mandalore. I prefer the talk of warriors to the endless.
There's a reason to that.
politics.
One's something I did earlier.
being skilled at both, you old rancor.
I can get these in the fridge because they're chocolate.
One. Not sure if I should call you Commander.
I guess Aussies like to do. I mean, it's not limited to Australians, but I mean, as far as I'm aware, it was from Australia and their ideas, so I'm claiming it as ours. If those don't like it, not my problem. You damn flame. The lighter way of having a coffee and a biscuit. Now, that tin tam that I have is a dark chocolate one with banoffee flavouring to it. Quite nice. Those who don't know what banoffee is, it's a banana and coffee flavouring in a biscuit. Or toffee, is it? Could be toffee. Toffee, yeah. Quite nice. Well, I like it anyway.
Did you learn anything from the clans?
Nothing I haven't mentioned before. A lot of heated words. Some are
So I'd like to just
glorify
currently
warriors.
Still unable to see.
thank
past
everybody
the
for
fight.
being in here and watching and
No strategy.
hanging out with us. It is appreciated.
Mandalore, you sound like a leader.
I sound angry. What?
always fun to do something and and hang out with people that you like. Let's see. Echoes of Oblivion. That's the one. I was trying to think of that the other day on stream, and I just couldn't think of it. But there's that much to this game, and so much more coming on Tuesday. Tuesday coming. I am looking a lot towards, well, looking forward to I could have done a quick travel, but oh well, run now. Looking forward to having the loadouts that are coming in with 7.0, dual combat styles, and there's a lot of questions around that, that's for sure. And then this is question and answers things that I'm going through. It is definitely coming up in there, that's for sure. So stick around and you'll find those out. Let's see. And I do have, where is it? Well, I'll have to do that. I've got to do that. Okay. Let's see, do I want to create a text channel? Oh boy, there's gonna have to be channel, that one. Let me just double check on the permissions. Good. Just double checking. That's working. Just created a new new channel and board. So if you're interested in seeing these question and answers beforehand, hop on in. Let me get my socials up there for you. Exclamation mark socials if you wanted to do it yourself, but that's it there. Brings it all up. Join the Discord if you want to find out information specifically pertaining to 7.0 and on. There's not a lot in there just yet other than these question and answers that I've just put up. This character here is Dark Side Saboteur. But as to all the numbers and all the other choices, it's just one in spacebar, so I haven't really done much in the way of working on this character. I currently have an active phase, and you may not queue for active finder whatever right there. Anyway.
You survived.
Because I am in a solo...
For the record, this ship was not creepy when we left.
Because of Oblivion. I don't know. Is that even... I thought it was. Let me just check something. Group. veterans list. We got Secrets of the Enclave, Spirits of Vengeance. I don't think there is Echoes Oblivion. No, there's not. Okay. What about the master modes? Oh, not even under master mode. So, okay, so this one you could possibly invite other people to help you with. I don't know. I could check that, I think. Don't know if I need to be in a group for it. If anyone at all has any questions in chat, please ask them. I cannot answer any if I don't know what they are. The only stupid question is the question that goes
Good to see you too,
unasked,
little guy. Great work
because people
solving until
cannot
we
give
can-
answers if they don't know what the question is.
So these guys aren't our own.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so let me just check on something. Don't think so. Don't think it's going to give me the options because I'm not in a group. Yep, doesn't give me the option. Okay. I was hoping I'll be able to check to see if I can invite people to help me with this this one. I know with Secrets of the Enclave and with the Spirit of Vengeance, those two solo flashpoints, solo story flashpoints, you cannot ask people to help you. I know this because I did try the other day. So, yep, definitely not happening. After this, I will go through some more of those questions and answers, trying to get a little bit more information out to you. One of the biggest things for me is helping other people. I get enjoyment from helping people. That's just me. I mean, the more people we help and give a better experience to on the game, the better it is for the game, in my opinion. You do get those odd few out there that are a little bit on the toxic side. You get that in any game, MMO, anything like that. Doesn't have to just be related to MMO, but you do get them. Perhaps if they had a good welcome into the game, someone helping them politely and stuff like that, just perhaps they may not have been toxic.
Huge. Yes.
Maybe they had a bad experience, still enjoying the game, but a bad experience with people in the game, so therefore they don't help so much. It's all possibilities. I mean, it definitely is a shame. It's a wonderful game, this is. Plenty of things for people to do. I mean, it's had its ups and downs, even for me. I'm not going to sit here and say it's all been, what, roses. Sunshine, definitely not sunshine and roses, that's for sure. There was a stage back there for myself there where they weren't releasing content quick enough. When I say quick enough, I'm pretty sure it went over a year before any decent content got released, if any content got released. The Kotet and Coffee releases, although it was a new way of doing things with and such as what was it, chapters per month sort of thing, it gave a sense that they were doing a lot in a short amount of time, but it really wasn't. And people cottoned onto that pretty quickly.
But who was here to fight?
And to be honest, it became very long and drawn out. This is my opinions, okay? So, perhaps others had different experiences. It was definitely mine. I was more into the PVE raiding type scene at that stage. And Kotet and Coffee, they were single player games effectively with this. And that's all their storyline. All their storyline is single player. There is no storyline that's multiplayer. And as an MMO,
Old servants and new, vying for scraps.
it probably shouldn't have been that way, in my opinion.
Pathetic.
How could
I still enjoy the game. I still play the game, obviously. I'm streaming it. But it could have been done slightly better. Chapter 1 through to 3, you could do all the storyline with other people, but you had to do it multiple times if they're on the same storyline. Because it only counted for the person that went in first.
Hey, don't drag me into this.
Because it was their storyline that you're doing.
I need my space.
I mean, I understand why they did it that way. I mean, they want to make sure people got the story they wanted, got to do the choices they wanted to do, and see the story how that was supposed to be done for their choices. So, yes, that was the only way to do it. It really was. To make sure people got what they wanted out of their storylines. How could they do it any other way? I'm not a game creator, I don't know, perhaps.
Engines are history. This thing won't be moving another centimeter. Unless...
I mean, if you indicated that you weren't that fussed about your story as it is, give you the option to say, yeah, I understand, my choices will be final, that type of thing, and you can't change them. If you're going in with someone else, you share the chance of having the same story. It could perhaps give people more choice out of playing the game multiple times. Play it with friends and then play it on your own and get your storyline and stuff like that. But at least you have the option to play with friends and do the storyline their way. And I mean, let's face it, the first 3 chapters, which is the main class stories, whatever choices you make didn't have any consequence anyway. Really. I mean, all the choices you make through all the content had no basis of change to the main part of the story. They couldn't do that. They just couldn't do it. They have to drive the storyline the way they need it to go. Where it made a difference is when you made choices for companions, and whether you have companions, whether you don't have companions, whether you saved them, whether you killed them, whether you kicked them out, all that sort of thing. Being a saboteur and all that sort of stuff. So in some regards, your choices do matter. But with the base story that they're telling, like with this one that I'm doing, Echoes of Oblivion, to get rid of Valkorion for a change, for the ending, everyone gets to it at this point. How they get to it would be different, but they all get to this point. And they had to do it that way to keep the story going the way they needed their story to be told. I mean, let's face it, Star Wars The Old Republic is their story. We're just here for the ride. There are points where, like here for instance, it doesn't matter what choice you make, you're going to be fighting these guys in every scenario. I've tried them all. I really have. You fight these. There are points in the game that are fixed. And this just happens to be one of them. The end of Valkorion is one of it. This entire instance is a fixed storyline. Oh, don't keep going, I've got to go back and talk to Kira.
More deaths.
We follow.
Now, come 7.0, I'm going to do Barbies. I really am. After the storylines and all that. After the storylines or before storylines? Here's the thing. Right, so you just saw I made Conquest at 50,000. If the guild invasion hits 5 million, which we're going to, well, it's not going to count for me. It'll count for Enstrom here, Shakti, or whoever that is, Night Sky, Durgros, Guardian. That's my first character, 154,000. It will count for them. Come 7.0, if you haven't reached 100k in conquest points and your guild reaches the score that they require to make conquest for the guild, you will not get the the guild bonus rewards. Those who have made the cut of 100k, they will get it, because in 7.0 the limit raises from 50 to 100, and it doesn't get tested until the next time you log in, which of course will be after 7.0 is put on.
What?
You meant you are. That's your original.
So you need to get to the 100. I mean, let's also face it. Conquest currently is easy as. Definitely nothing hard about Conquest.
There. Good as new.
That must be much. So yesterday, I actually when I ran the story yesterday's character, it took me the entire stream to get through the story, which was what, almost 4.5 hours. I had to finish early because my daughter started to download a game on her computer, which made my internet really crap out. And no one likes a crappy internet connection. Okay, gotta take the shortcut. Could be using rocket boost too, shouldn't I?
You cannot succeed. Only die.
Yeah, I had someone tell me the other day that my space barring and stuff is a lot quicker than theirs. But they use a macro pad. So I'd use a G13 Logitech macro pad, gaming pad sort of thing. It's got what, 24 macro keys, a thumb joystick, which also has a button to it as well.
You believe, one, that your achievements outweighed your losses.
And it also has 3 different settings. So that 24, 25 and a joystick can all be assigned to different things on each different settings, so it's tripled.
Do not know the true face of power, but you will. Very soon. You will.
So we're looking at what, 75 keys and 3 joysticks settings. And all within reach of one hand. All of it. And if I had a great memory, I'd use all 75. My memory sucks, so I barely use all 25. That button I was looking for. I got knocked down. Don't do that to me. I have to kill them. I've got so many things I want to do when it comes to all my characters and 7.0.
I could.
You seem to know a lot about what's going on.
I know, only not if we fears our avenge.
Up this way. I really need to change that. Unlock that. There. That up to there, then lock it up again. Please, for the love of God, remember to lock your quick slot bars. So many times have I accidentally lost a ability, shifted the abilities around and stuff like that. And when you get used to doing things in a certain way and you swap things around and without wanting to, it really becomes a pain. So I still do it occasionally. I'm human. It happens. But if you don't want it to happen, lock that bar and you should be fine. Should be fine. And I say you will be, but you should be. The rocket boost inside of an instance is the way to go, because quite often, not always, quite often you can't use mounts. But where you can't use a mount, you can use a rocket boost. Of course, rocket boost makes it that much quicker. Not a lot quicker, sometimes, depending on how often you remember to use it.
We face their full might.
You won't hurt anyone ever again.
And also, as per usual, every time I do this part, if anyone knows the mechanics of this part of it, please let me know, because I can't work it out. Don't know what it is. I don't know why I can't work it out. If you could, if this part could kill you, it would have killed me multiple times. You know, right now I'm getting that close to death, and I've got nothing to heal me. I want heals.
Witness true power.
There we go. Heals from Satil Shan. To me, that's an emergency type heal.
Witness true power.
And not one that should be relied upon. Bounding ball. Yeah.
You think you know me? You witness.
Vitiate. See, now I'm fine. The mechanics of these parts are simple. So easy to work out. Here you got to kill the Will of Vitiate. There's 3 of them. There's the first. Leap over to here. Slap him in the face. Okay, all the good stuff. One dead. Next one. There he is. Although he's down and can be damaged, which is generally not happening until all these are killed. He's getting to be quite tough.
You have no power.
There we go. These again. Will of Vitiates need to be killed again when they arrive. There he is. Hey, Willie, go Pepper, no worries. I shall do that straight after this fight, if that's okay with you. It just tends to be a bit hard to fight and eat one of those things all at the same time. What now? If it had to be now, I would do it straight away. I mean, technically at the moment I can't die, so I don't see why I couldn't do it now. But I'll put that to the test.
I cannot be denied.
Tenebrae.
This will grow beyond you.
There we go. While that's happening, I can get it. Because at the moment, not much I can do. But sit here. Oh, look, we're fighting again. I'll let them take care of it for a little bit. Will of Emperor. They need to be killed first. Here's the chili. I swear, these ones are hotter than the last ones. Oh, that's got a bit of warmth to it. Oh.
All your power cannot save you.
Oh. Oh yeah. Oh. Beautiful. Oh. I like them. Definitely know I've done it. Ugh. Livened up the taste buds, that's for sure. Thank you very much for that, Willie. Oh, yeah. If only I had a big supporter like that. Not exactly a drink the juice, but there is one in there where I do use the juice of it. Where I get a wheat mix and pour the juice onto that, the wheat mix sort of thing. They soak it up very well. I've actually kept the juice from the last one just specifically for that, so except for once before, those redeems are there for it. Not knowing that you're from America, aren't you, Willie?
Everyone you've murdered.
But you're not watching, Freddy. You're doing other games. You see, you're not really there watching, are you?
Theron is a good man. He's got me.
We do, Biscuit. I was more thinking as towards the cereals. Because a wheat bix is a biscuit type of just a wheat bran cornflake type of things. I'm sure you got, pretty sure you'd have cornflakes over there, but they're all just pushed in under pressure into each other, sort of thing. So it just makes it like it's one big biscuit. I don't know if there's much of a way of a baking process in it. All right, so Spirit Avengers, where we're at to. So, right about now, I am going to just go on to a little bit more of the questions and answers. Where did I get up to? Yes, I'm up to here. Okay, so this is questions and answers for 7.0. Gone through a few already. If you wanted to see what I'm looking at the moment, it is available on my Discord under the new channel of that I've just created on there, which is general SWOT info. So anyone can type into that one, I believe, and should be able to see the history, I hope. Please let me know if you can't. But anyway, we shall continue on with this. Question is, will I be able to combine my two chosen combat styles together? For example, use Force Lightning and Force Choke at the same time as a Sorcerer or Marauder? The simple answer for that is no, definitely not. When each combat style is exactly just that. If you choose one combat style, that's the combat style you get. You can't combine combat styles with anything else. So effectively, it's like having a Juggernaut and a Guardian. They're effectively the same thing, but you can't combine them. They can only be a Juggernaut or they can only be a Guardian. So in some of the scenes in your stories, like if you're doing a Sith Inquisitor story as a Juggernaut, for example, you may see lightning. You don't use lightning as a Juggernaut, but as an Inquisitor, you do. So in the story, you'll see the lightning being used, but you cannot use it with your character. If that, hopefully that makes some sense. No, the classes do not affect story. So if you create yourself a new character, whether you're free to play or subscribed, you all get the same options. You go into the character creation, you choose your story first. That's the first thing you choose. You choose your story. So they don't care which story you choose, you just choose that first. Then you choose the class you want to run through that storyline. So you could choose the story of an Inquisitor. And I'm pretty sure, let's double check, I'm pretty sure fairly sure you, once you've created your character, you can choose whatever class you wanted it to play as. Yeah, I would say you'd be able to play whatever class you want. So if you chose a sorcerer thing, you should be able to take any sort of class. Combat style. Now, people are going to keep getting this mixed up, including myself. You no longer have class. You have combat styles. So you choose a story and you choose a combat style. So whatever story you choose, you can run that class, that combat style through it. he will shoot the pistol. So if in the storyline he uses a pistol to shoot the person, he will use a pistol to shoot the person. Even if you don't, if you take in a force user through that storyline, he should still use a pistol. I've seen that with the trooper already in current storylines. You don't have a pistol as a trooper. You have cannons. And yet they still pull out a pistol and shoot people. Yeah, so if the story says shoot with pistol, you'll shoot with pistol. If it says shoot with lightning, you'll shoot with lightning. Because that is just how the story works. Which would be very strange if you're on a class that has no force abilities and you're taking a... I wonder. Yeah, that's right. It's the same for the trooper. There's parts of the stories there where he would just use a pistol instead of his cannon. Like you're saying there, the agents, the snipers and stuff like that, they won't use the rifle. They use an offhand pistol, which some of them have shotguns as offhand, but they still will use the pistol. It's just the way the story is written. And it would not be feasible for them to go through things and change all the storylines that they've already done just to be able to use a weapon that they're using or something like that. That would be a lot of work that they'd have to go through to make sure it doesn't have any clipping issues and stuff like that from changing it. So it's easier just to leave the stories as they are and just do it from that way. So one of the questions here as well, which comes into what you're saying, if I choose a Sith Inquisitor for the story and use Force Lightning in the cutscenes, will I still be able to use some lightning if I choose a non-lightning related Juggernaut or Marauder combat styles? The answer there was no. You'll only get to use lightning in those cutscenes, nowhere else. Perhaps I'm starting to think that perhaps the storylines may be... I can't remember back to it now. Whether the storylines are still sorted out to the classes that can run it, the combat styles that can run in it. So like force for force, that sort of thing. Unlikely they'll take that out. When I was running through the PTS and I created myself a Guardian, I created myself a Guardian on the Imperial side, so doing the Juggernaut story. No, I was doing the Sith Sorcerer storyline as a Guardian. I couldn't even use the trainers. So because the trainers were set to I was supposed to use a Sith Sorcerer trainer as a Guardian, but they're not allowed to use them because it's a Guardian, not a Sith Sorcerer. I then also tried it as a Guardian through the Juggernaut storyline, and I wasn't able to use the Juggernauts trainer because it was a Guardian. I did mention this on their feedbacks and stuff like that, and I don't know if anything actually ended up happening with it. Right up until they stopped, it was still the case that you couldn't use those trainers. You have to use the holo trainers that you can get. I was lucky because I've got a holo trainer. I've got the Dr. Ogrub trainer, and people can go and buy the Teal Shan trainer, which is very cheap on the plates. There are still some abilities you get to train. When I was doing it, at least. Yeah, definitely the speeder piloting, but there was some base abilities that you still had to train at the beginning when I was doing it. So whether they've changed that since to not have to do that, because a lot of the people coming in were saying they didn't get abilities until certain levels. I'm assuming they weren't looking at trainers, because when I got to level 3 or 4, I had a new ability. When I got to 5 and 6, the exact numbers I can't remember, but I had new abilities that I could get. They were the base abilities for that class. When you got to like 20 or 23, that's when you got your first ability type of thing in your ability tree that you could choose. So they have pruned some abilities, yes. A lot of things like so you're talking the actual abilities you use. I haven't gone through to see which ones have gone, but they're probably more likely to be cutting out the ones people don't use. But at the same time, they still have to use some of those abilities in there for leveling purposes. In your ability tree, they've cut out a hell of a lot. Let's just have a quick look at part of it. So in the ability trees as they start at the moment, you get to choose 3 at the top, 3 in the middle, and 3 down the bottom. And look, I haven't chosen one down the bottom. What would I want to choose on this? I don't know. Let me have a look, see if I've got that. Anyway, in the where is that? That's where it is. That's right. So I've got screenshots of how I do all my abilities and stuff like that. Focus, rotation. I must use the same for the vigilance as I do for the focus guardian, which I'm currently running at the moment. I'm actually doing it slightly different. I went in with I'll go with that one instead. There we go. So yeah, so you can see all the abilities I've got there. There's 12, no, 9 different abilities. There's probably about, I'm trying to remember it now. About 4 in the ability tree where you get to choose what you want. Yeah, that's right. That's one of them. And I looked at the tree for the Madness Stalk, and they had to choose between a what is it? The able to drop your aggro, extra damage, or and stuff like that. So yes, they are getting you to choose different abilities, losing one to get the other. So yeah, in that form, they are definitely choosing reducing your abilities and what you have to use there. There are some more questions here that I've got. Second combat styles, sort of like when you can get them and how you can use them and stuff like that. The question here, when can a brand new subscriber player add a second combat style to their character? And that's after they've completed chapter 3 of the original story. So you create a character, get to the end of chapter 3, which is all separated storylines. Once you get to the end of chapter 3, you can then choose your second combat style. Not beforehand. Free-to-play players cannot have a second combat style yet, at the moment. There might be another lot coming for that at some stage, but at the moment, they cannot get that. They need to subscribe to have that second combat style. Once they've got the second combat style, if they go back to free-to-play, they will not lose it. I don't know if they'll lose the access to it, but they won't lose it. It will stay there. If you currently have a trooper that has finished its chapter 3, and you have okay, so the question here, if I currently have for example, trooper who has finished all class stories, including chapter 3, and have no other characters, if I go to create a second trooper, can I add a second combat style right away to her or him after I create my character without having to finish chapter 3 on the new trooper character? Yes, because you've already completed the chapter 3 on a trooper. So you can choose a new combat style straight away. I'm pretty sure combat styles could. No, it won't be that way. No, I won't go there. The next question, if I currently have a trooper who has finished class 3, if I create a Jedi Knight, a different class origin story, can I add a second combat style right away after I create my new Knight character without having to wait to finish chapter 3 on that new character? Yes, you can. Any character completing their Act 3 origin story unlocks the ability legacy-wide to choose a second combat style immediately after character create. Upon entering the game, the mission is available in your mission log and tracker. one important note here, boosting a character will not count towards this unlock. So if you only had boosted characters, you won't get to create a second character story until you've taken one character through to the end of chapter 3. So there are probably people out there who have only boosted. They won't be able to have a second combat style until they've done that. Are you saying they've gated the flashpoints to a level 1? I would not think so. That's already gated currently to level 10 for SLEs and Black Talon. SLEs for the pub side, Black Talon for Imperial side, level 15 for the rest. I don't see if they'll gate those higher. I didn't try it, but I wouldn't see why they would do that. That would be, I mean, I'm not saying they're not going to. I haven't heard that. Flashpoints, on the other hand, have all been upgraded to level 80. So where previously or currently they are capped at 70, come 7.0 they'll be at 80, like your current cap. They will boost your characters in the flashpoints, and also currently flashpoints are limited to what ones you can get depending on your level. I don't see that changing. I reckon that's going to stay exactly the way it is. If I am incorrect, I'll eat 2 hot peppers in one time. How's that? I'll put my mouth where that is. So people need to keep me on my toes with that. And if I have done a bad, I'll have to fix that. There we go. There's a shout out for you, Willie. Playing Lord of the Rings. What's the last one? Well, I believe I spoke to you about that yesterday. Do you have a schedule of when you play that as compared to Star Wars, or does it really depend on what you like doing when you've been up on your stream? Okay, so I believe I answered this already. Can a free-to-play and preferred players have a second combat style? No. Second combat style is for subscribers only. If you were a subscriber and switched to preferred, you will be stuck with your currently chosen combat style until you resubscribe. So there's that answer. You won't lose your second one, you just won't be able to use the second one. So say, for instance, you start up as a Juggernaut and you're subscribed, you bring in your second combat style, say as a Sage, then you, for some reason, say you forgot to resubscribe or whatever it happens to be, and you go back to a preferred player and you were on a Sage, you can't go back to Juggernaut. Or if you were on the Juggernaut, you can't go to the Sage. You are stuck on the one you are until you resubscribe. Now, there is something here I'm not 100% on. and this is if I flip a character. So character flipping. This is to do with the Dark 5 and Light 5 achievement. The question is, if I flip a character, I will be able to add a second combat style of either Dark or Light to that flipped character, even if I don't have Dark 5 or Light 5 achievement. Is that correct? The answer is yes. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm just reading that again. Where we are. Right. Okay. So flipping is where you are, say, a dark. You're right. It does suck not being able to use your second combat style, but in a way, it's another benefit of being a subscriber. Why would you want to be subscribed if you got everything a free-to-play gets? So, I mean, they do want people to subscribe. But in a way, it's an understandable. A lot of MMOs do that sort of stuff. And Star Wars or SWTOR is no different. So the flipping part of it is going to be mainly towards the Force users. When you log in as a Force user, you are going to be able to flip your character from, say, if you're a sage doing dark side points, you only need to reach Dark 1 in order to flip your character from light side to dark side. And if you're a Sork, you only need light 1 to flip it from dark side to light side. So that means if you want to be, say you're a Sork, a lightning Sork, and you would rather be a sage, because that's the storyline you want for your character, then when you log in and you're a level 1 and it's you haven't got a dark 5 or something like that. So this is more going to do depending to who haven't already achieved the dark 5, light 5 stuff. So once you've reached Dark 1 or Light 1, you can make a Sork into a Sage or a Sage into a Sork. That's what the flipping means. Pretty sure that's what that's all about. All right, so character flipping, if you've already unlocked Dark 5 and Light 5 in your legacy on that server, you create a new character, you will not get the option to swap your character to the light or dark side version, because you have the option to do that at character creation. If you haven't got Dark 5 and Light 5, you get the option as you go through after you finish chapter 3. So if you've had the Dark 5, Light 5 achievement and you want to create, say, a Dark Jedi, then you need to do that from character select. You cannot do it afterwards without using a second combat style. Now, with combat styles, once you've chosen your combat style, after 7.0, you cannot change them. So you create your character for the first combat style, that's it. You're locked into that combat style. You cannot change it again. After you chosen your second combat style and confirmed it all and all that sort of thing, that's it. You've got your 2 combat styles. You cannot change them again. At this point in time, I do not know if they are going to change that in the future. I would expect it to come as a cartel coin cost to be able to get a combat style respec. So something like that. So I think that's going to come eventually. It's just not going to be available in the immediate future. So after this next flashpoint, so Spirit of Vengeance, I will go through some more. The next lot I will go into is loadout. Can't remember the route that the Guild Wars 2 use for their free-to-play options. I do know there is a way of subscribing to them as well. In fact, I believe there is a way of subscribing to them through in-game currency, or at least there was at one time. It's been a long time since I've been on Guild Wars, though. Are you able to let us know how Guild Wars 2 do their free-to-play options?
Definitely Mandalorian equipment. Who are we dealing with here?
Okay, so I see what you're saying. And yet, I'm pretty sure you're paying full price for the expansions too. Before SWTOR went free to play, you used to pay for the expansions. I thought there was a pay option, but it can be also done with in-game currency. Has it always been that way, or was it different at one stage? I'm just having a look at the free-to-play options. So they've just buying Guild Wars 2 account. You get 5 character slots and 5 bag slots per character. Different, the more you have sort of thing, you get different character types. I'm pretty sure I've gotten Heart of Thorns on mine, so I should. So because of that, I get the Profession Masteries. I get the 4 maps and content. I know there's a new one coming out, isn't there? Has it been released yet, the new expansion? Or is it still coming? So straight free to play, you don't have access to a guild bank, but as soon as you pay for something, you get it. You do get quite a lot for that, and you're right. There's no real payment. I mean, that is one way of going. It definitely works for them. But the other thing to think of is, will it keep people around if they have to? You mentioned the other thing there too, which is probably one thing that needs to be considered. You said people fork out way more money on SOTOR than they do in Guild Wars. And that could be exactly what they're after. I mean, let's face it, they're capitalists. Capitalists want money. If I can get more money by having a cartel market, why the hell not? I know Guild Wars 2 don't have that. But I mean, in the same token, you only get 5 characters, 6 if you have the right path of whatever it's called, Path of Fire account. Did I get Path of Fire? I might have got that. I'm pretty sure I got that. There is a way of having 6 characters with Path of Fire. I think it depends on their type of account. They have put through sending gold and stuff through the game, you need 2-factor authentication for it. I mean, whales are handy to have in any game. I mean, I've seen my share of whales with different games associated with them and that sort of thing. I wish I had some of the money they were spending on it. Even if I had half the money they spent on them. I mean, I know one game with one fella on an unreleased game. It's still in development. It's crowdfunded, that type of thing. He had spent over $75,000 to $100,000 on this one game. Game is still in development. It almost completely shut down. When COVID hit, that pretty much made the end of it, but they're still working on it, at least as far as I can tell. No, I won't be moving to it, no. There's been a lot of games that have come out. I'm an altaholic, in case no one has figured that out, with my 60 odd characters on Satil-Chan. And they only allow maximum six characters. Everyone gets flying in World of Warcraft too. I'm definitely not going back to that one either. And somewhat technically you get flying in Star Wars. So it is possible. May not be the sort of flying you expect, but it's still flying. You get the what is it? Starfighter. Still visible there. Okay. I've done Starfighter. Am I going to do it again? Unlikely. I might make a redemption point for it. I know I've got a lot of redemption points. But sort of like the redemption point will be to do a Starfighter map on the character that I'm currently playing, sort of thing. He's right. I'll be destroyed after I kill him. Now, what would be a good amount to put that on?
We got 2 more tethers ripping the skirt apart.
Highest.
Get back to your ship.
It took a lot of damage on the way in.
20.
We'll have to use an escape pod.
I'd do it at 15. So if someone wanted to spend 15 redemption points, when I put it on there, I would then do a Starfighter batch for 15 points. 15,000 points, that is. Yeah, you're right. There's no achievement. Well, there's achievements, but no gating. which means you could go in as a very fresh player into Starfighter, get matched up against someone that has been playing since it started, and die very quickly. I mean, it's not one-on-one or anything else like that. It's always teams. You could end up in a team with really good players or really crap players. I mean, if I was playing, you'd be in one with a crap player. No. I'm not the best, but I can hold my own sometimes. Or at least I used to be able to. That might have changed. I don't know, it's been a while.
You must have done some real damage. We're reading an engine room leak. That ship's crew is in trouble.
I will probably do more than one game eventually. That is the aim for myself. Not necessarily just MMOs. I am planning on doing things like I just want to get a community base first before I go on and do other things. So the way I just did that little section there, although it doesn't matter so much in story mode like I'm in, but I've heard in master mode the shortcuts aren't there to use. So I do like to practice just to see if I can get it done and keep the platforming in check. So you're saying you might try the Guild Wars 2 when it fully comes out? Or Starfighter? Because Starfighter's out already. It's been going for ages. I'm looking forward to creating the new rotations for my characters. I don't think I'll create all of them. I'm pretty sure I'm going to go off and look into what other people are doing. I mean, if theirs work, why change it? That type of thing. No point in reinventing wheels and stuff. Yeah, in here there is a thing about killing these war profiteers and stuff. If you go through and kill them all, you'll get an achievement. If you go through and not kill any of them, you get an achievement. For the bonus boss on here, instead of going straight up, you come down here and there's things in there to do. I'm not doing the bonus boss on here. I might do that bonus boss after 7.0 and I want something else to do. That's not something I'm going to be chasing. I do like to have my companion taking most of the hits if I'm not a tank. And I just pick them all off one at a time. Unless I'm on a decent AoE build character. Which the Focus Guardian is not. Well, not in my opinion anyway. So if you are doing the bonus boss and you get everything set up for it, the bonus boss is found just in this next area. And do all the prerequisites that's required. I did that a few times, and eventually I will be doing it again. So that Rancor in there, that's your bonus boss. So if you've done everything up until here, you'll be able to click on here, let him out, and then kill him in this area here.
It's damaged. No controls, and the fluctuating power keeps engaging the shields.
Can you fix it?
We just need to
Do it.
Okay.
In check.
No work.
Only
You got two options with this control panel here: is be patient and destroy it. Be patient is really sounding very unimpatient, and destroying it, obviously, as I just did.
Work hard and we'll get a gold train.
Every so often you'll get these little objects. I'm not worried about those. I've got them all once. One thing I'm hoping they don't do is remove the ability to have all or have the main things that you use reset outside of when you finish combat, sort of thing. Because for a Guardian, that's really good. At the moment, you can see how that's. Tell you what, I'll show you. Ah, bugger. Yeah, died too quick. I'll do it with these ones. So that's on cooldown. If I can kill these quick enough. It's now longer on cooldown. It comes off.
I like that.
maybe we can work something out.
Sorry.
So Willie, when you say you've never done that, is that saying that you've never watched the story doing the copy and Kotet stuff? And if that is the case, how do you find it? I mean, I didn't mind it the first 3 or 4 times I went through. One thing I was going to I did try to do is record every story component of the storyline. So like start a new character and go from just doing a class story and recording every piece of that story. And then what I was going to do at the end of it was combine it all into one, and have it sort of like as a movie. Hey Des, how you going?
Okay, wait.
I don't know how far in the storyline you'll be able to skip. You'll always be able to skip up to
And I'm the only guy
the beginning of Onslaught, because that's already in the game.
The controls are locked.
Whether you'll be able to skip to the end of Onslaught to be able to get into yeah, wrong one. Dark side. Gotta make sure I get dark side choices. Whether you can skip up to get to the Legacy of the Sith. What they've always done, they've always going to be able to go to effectively the chapter beforehand, which before Legacy of the Sith is still Onslaught. I think whether it comes to the end of, brings you up to the end of Onderon, and you continue on from there, I don't know. In fact, that is definitely something I'll be able to check, because all my characters are 75 on this server. And when they come to the start of it, they've all completed up to, all completed past Osis, so up to almost the end of Onderon, so they might not be able to do that either. I had to create a new one to find out. And I have plans to do that anyway, to create new ones. And again, they're probably going to be Jedi characters. I know I can put secondary or combat styles onto all my characters, that sort of thing. But just because I can, I want to create new characters with the main combat style as what I want, rather than the secondary. So I'd want to have a mercenary as a main combat style, doing the sorcerer storyline if that's possible. I think it could be. I'd have to wait and see. Actually, I should find that out for sure. I know for sure that tech users you can swap tech users for tech users, but I don't know if that also limits them to their stories. I was always under the impression that you weren't limited in storyline. Yeah, you're right. Force can use Force and tech can use tech. That's correct. But can a tech do a Force story? That's what I was wondering. And guess, of course, who has the answer that I'm wanting? Aretha, of course. Let's see, where is it? No worries, Des. Thanks for popping in anyway. It's always good to have people in here. I appreciate everyone that comes in and just hangs out and stuff like that. The question I'm looking for is whether I could have a, say, like a trooper running a Inquisitor storyline. I know you can only go, so if you're a trooper, you can only be another tech class for combat styles. But I'm not sure if that works for the storylines. I'm just reading up on it at the moment. Not actually coming up in that one. Yeah, I think it could be that way too. Can't have a tech user doing a Sith storyline by the looks. Don't know if they're Can't wait to try that out. Okay, so I'm just reading up on the actual combat styles as said by Star Wars, so tall people, so they are still limited that way. Alright. Pity. So you choose your story, then you choose the combat style you want. If it's a force story, it can only be force characters. If it's a tech story, it can only be tech characters. So that definitely answered the questions. But as I've always stated, I might not know it all, and I will try and find out. So, in my own questions, I don't know all the answers. But I did find it out. Now, where's my saber throw? There's that one. I'm already dead. Okay. Oh, that's the one I was talking about. Dispatch. So used to the Imperial abilities that I was been using for so long. I mean, they do have the direct counterparts from Imperial to Republic, but when you're looking, well, I was looking for the actual icons that I go by.
I don't think.
And they've changed and stuff like that, so I couldn't actually see what was going on. I am looking forward into having the loadouts.
Be a shard all through Mandalorian. Is a blight on Mandalorian honor.
So who here in chat hadn't seen the final Book of Boba Fett story? Final episode. And I am going to go into it a little bit. Very briefly. Actually, it was the second last episode that it was more mentioned on, not the last one. it's to do with that last comment that the last boss had. So he said Shay Vizsla was a blight on the community, on the Mandalorians. Although in the book of Boba Fett, the Mandalorians, so Mando and his crowd, which is on the second last episode, mentioned the Vizsla's legacies and stuff like that. So they have actually tied in the storylines in here with that. Which I think was great. I like that. And I'm going to now, anyone who really enjoyed the Book of Boba Fett, upset people, because it was good, but I think it could have been better. I think it, personally, I think it lacked its depth and stuff like that.
Still alive? Impressive.
As I said, it was good, but I think it could have been better. I think it should have been better. Whether the acting and stuff like that had anything to do with any issues caused through COVID and shit like that, you know? I mean, let's face it, COVID's stuffed up everything in the world. It's not through the fault of the publishers and the creators and all that sort of stuff, but it definitely has a lot to do with a lot of things. A lot of things not being done the way they should be and things like that. Ability pruning would be great. I think that would be a great asset to the Star Wars, because that's what they're planning on doing. There's a rotation on this character. Not as complicated as some, but still have a lot there that could be taken into effect. I don't have enough space to be able to do everything that I'd want to do. Like occasionally there, when it gets close, you want to put dispatch in and stuff like that. So when they're last 30% of their health. You know what I would like to be able to put onto Nightbot or some bot or something like that is an automatic shout out list. So that when someone you know who streams comes in and says something on channel,
We're receiving.
you can automatically give them a shout out. So have it set so they have to say something, because I don't like if people come into my channel and just lurk. I want to let them lurk and enjoy the channel for what it is. I don't want to shout them out and have to make them feel like they have to say something in chat. That's not what I want to do. I would rather them say something and say hi and all that sort of thing, even if they just lurk after that. Oh, that's great. It's not saying that's needed, but it'd be great. Okay, so again, let's go through some more of these questions and answers. So we're up to loadouts. I'm going to read these out, and then, well, I'm not reading them all out word for word, that sort of thing. I add my own little spin to them, but I'm using it as a guide. Now, these question and answers about 7.0 were given to me by Sotarista. And I'm sure she's given it to a lot of other streamers that she knows as well. So not just me. So the first one is, what a loadout. A lot of people don't know what loadouts are. Softly putting it, it's like dual specking in WoW and stuff like that. That's effectively what loadouts are. So loadouts will allow you to switch between your two combat styles easily. It will allow you to switch between your combat disciplines on each style. It will swap your how you've got your wardrobe. So it will swap that out for you as well. It will swap out your abilities and how they've been placed on your ability bar. And onto your ability trees, it'll swap that too. So this is what basically a loadout is. If you choose a different loadout, it will give you that loadout. There comes with it some restrictions. It comes with not just restrictions, but other things you need to do in order for it to work properly. Okay, so what gets saved with your loadouts? First off, combat style and discipline choice. Okay, so through combat style and discipline choice, you can have multiple loadouts. On one combat style, you can have each combat style has 3 disciplines. So you can have 3 with 3 different disciplines choice through that. On the other combat style that you can have their 3 discipline choices. Okay, so that's 6 combat loadouts right there for you, if you wanted it to be. It will save your ability trees the way you like it. So there's another. They'll change with each time you save them. Perhaps you've got a combat choice there, combat style with a discipline choice that you want to use in PVE and in PvP. Of course, ability tree will change. So let's say, argument's sake, you have PVE choices for all your combat styles and all your disciplines. So that's 6 combat styles and discipline choices. So 2 combat styles, but 3 discipline choices for each. So there's 6. Times that by 2 if you have a PvP and a PvE setting for both of them. Right? There's 12. Then you got ability location on your ability bars. That's fine. You don't need any extras for that because you're going to have it set up for your PvE, PvP and stuff like that. But if you change things around and how you like to do it or how you want it on your ability bar, then it will do that. ability location. I just said that ability location on the ability bar. So, say like on my current one where I've got a saber throw, and then whatever that next one is that's there. What is it? Thundering. So saber throw, thundering strike, and then a concentrated slice. Say I changed it around and I wanted saber throw, blade barrage, and then combat focus in that order. It will save those for you. It will put them back where you had them, the way you had them. Your outfit designer. So whatever, if you choose a different outfit for your different combat style and discipline, why not? Because you can. You change it, then just by a quick glance, you say, I'm wearing that one. Okay, so I'm into this discipline style. Right. Then you change to another one. It's done that. It also saves your equipped gear. Now, this is one of the things that you have to be mindful of. Okay, from PvP to PvE, quite often there's two sets of gear. Okay, I'm talking this gear here. Okay, because hey Resolute, how you going? I'm just currently going through the question and answers that were about 7.0 with what's coming and stuff like that. This was given to me by Sotarissa. I'm quite sure a lot of other streamers have had it as well. I'm just explaining what needs to be done with your loadouts, and how when you change things over from discipline to combat styles and stuff like that, changing of gear and things like that. So like in PVE, you want up to 110% in so it's okay. So this character is fine for PV. What is it for PVE? PvP, sorry. So I've got 101% inaccuracy. So it's still not quite right, because you want to get to 105% for PvP. PvE, you've got to get to 110% in the accuracy. Okay. So to do that, you need different types of gear and amplifiers and stuff like that. To do that, you'll need different types of gear. To swap them over, they need to be in your inventory. So all this needs to be in your inventory for each class or discipline. Now, when I was doing this on the PTS, I believe it was coming out of I can't remember whether it was my normal bank slots or the legacy bank slots. But either way, if you have it actually in here, in your inventory, it'll be a lot easier. So there's a possibility of having to carry 2 full sets of gear. Now, obviously, if any piece overlaps from between them, then they're the only pieces that need to be changed and carried. Okay. It includes your tactical set bonuses are going away from here, from these set pieces, from the body pieces onto the implants for starters. I've heard they're going to come onto the ears eventually, but not yet. So definitely from the 2 implants. So definitely going to have, I would assume, 2 different ones there, and even down to different body pieces of stuff and weapons, and even down to different relics. You'll want to carry them. Okay, so when you swap it over, it comes out of here into here as it sees fit to do. So that's one of the limitations, in my opinion. Either way, it's still saving what you have on, so that's a good thing. may just shorten your inventory space down as it is. But let's face it, your inventory space got shortened down anyway with the stuff you had to collect in Onslaught. Next question here that Sodarista has: when can I change from one of my chosen combat styles to a second one, and vice versa? An example, Sniper to Mercenary, or Shadow to Guardian, or something like that, depending on what you choose. You know, just a number of things. Could I change a Vanguard to a Commando between bosses in an operation? Is there a timer? Is there a cost? Is it able to be done in an instance, in a queue, or in combat? You can already change disciplines as it is, right? So in current game, so prior to 7.0, you can change your disciplines whenever you like. There were limitations as to when to change, and stuff like that. So 7.0 onwards, you will not be able to change styles or disciplines inside an operation, a flashpoint, war zone, arena, or while in combat. Right? So if you're in combat, if you're in an instance or something like that, maybe if you're in a story instance, you may be able to, but there's another limitation to there too. But generally speaking, you will not be able to change your combat styles. Secondly, you cannot change your combat styles or disciplines whilst you are in a queue. So before you go in your queue, have your combat style that you want. You won't, once you're in the queue, you won't be able to change it. There is no cost or charge to changing. Okay, so if you want to change, you can change. It's free. You can change as frequently as and as often as you like within those last two parameters. Okay, so if any of those parameters are true, you won't change. Simple as that. You can change your combat styles and disciplines outside of those restrictions at any time if you have unlocked the field respect perk. Okay, so you need to be able to change as you feel free and fit, that sort of thing. You need to unlock, where is it? This, down here, field respect. It's cheap at the moment. I don't know if that price is going to go up or not, but at the moment it's only 200k. Free. Practically free with the way things are going at the moment. In fact, I'm going to get it right now. There. Think done. So I'll definitely have that for net 7.0. And I'll be able to change my disciplines and combat styles as I see fit. The next one, even if you have that, there is still some limitations. You have a limited time in which you can change. There is a cooldown on changing of 5 seconds. That's not long. You can wait 5 seconds and change again. Simple. Okay, so providing you have the that field respect done, no matter where you are, you can change within 5 seconds, as long as it's outside of those other restrictions. So combat style, so operation, flashpoint, PVs, war zone, arena, and in combat, and not in a queue. Okay, so as long as you're not in those ones, you can change every 5 seconds. Okay. You need to have that field respect. If you do not have that field respect, you can still change every 5 seconds. However, you need to be in a cantina or any other place known as a rest area. Okay, so if you're in an area where you gain rested XP, you should be able to change. So on a guild starship, you know, you should be able to change there. If you're in your own stronghold, or if you're on the guild stronghold, you should be able to change. If you're in a cantina, any cantina on any of the planets, you should be able to change. the fleet you should be able to change, and stuff like that. So they're the main restrictions and limitations to changing your loadouts. Let's see, what's the next one? Anyone have any questions while I'm reading these out? Don't hesitate to ask. I am watching chat, which sometimes can alter occasionally, I suppose. But anyway, don't hesitate to ask. Next question I've got up here is, when can I change a choice on my tree to a different one? So, for example, the level 23 choice branch. Okay, so with the new trees, every so often you'll have an option to change what part of the tree you want used. So there's one at level 23. Okay, so that you can change while you are not in combat and not in a PvP match. There's no cost to it. I don't believe there's a cooldown on it. You can change it between rounds of PvP matches. So, for example, you go into a hut ball. No, not a hut ball, because you don't have rounds. So you go into an arena. You do have rounds in an arena. You lose the first round, and you think, perhaps if I had a different ability available to me for this current discipline, then change it. That's when you can change it between the rounds, and that's free. And you can have it set up with your loadouts, providing the loadouts don't change anything else that is restricted as last spoken about. So if it changes a combat style or discipline, it won't work. If it only changes your ability tree choice, then it will work. Okay. Could still be a 5-second option there too. Okay, next one was, when can I change one loadout to another? Is there a timer, a cost in an instance, in queue, combat, and rada. Explained above, no cost, but 5-second timer applies if it would switch a discipline or combat style. So again, if you get into any one of these other sections there, say Operation, Flashpoint, Warzone, that sort of thing, you won't be able to change disciplines or anything else like that. And you're limited to the 5-second rule. Okay, so workaround for operations. There is workarounds for this in operations. Obviously, you're not going to be able to do it in combat because you can't exit the operation in combat. But if you exit the operation, you've got your field respec done. Once you're outside the operation, you can swap it and then head back in. So that's one work. Yeah. It's similar to how it is now. You can leave the operation, swap your characters, go back in. That's one way of going. This will shorten that a little bit because you don't have to leave the group. You can stay in the group, you can go back in and stuff like that. Will I need multiple sets of armor since since I can have 2 combat styles, 6 disciplines, to choose from one character? Okay. So the answer there is sort of. This is something to what I touched on earlier. Depending on how you have it, if you want different gear to do different activities, say like PvP to PVE, then yes, you need to carry extra sets of gear. If you want to change set bonuses and stuff like that, which come on the implants, you'll need to carry those as well. So, yes. Short answer, if you're going to change gear, as you change your loadouts, you'll need to carry the gear. Okay, so that's all the questions and frequently asked questions, which is a link available in my Discord, which has just come up. And just in case you weren't here at the time, there it is again. Join the Discord. As I said, there is a link in there to all those frequently asked questions and stuff that was supplied to me by Sotarista. She actually spoke to some of the devs to get those answers and got the answers directly from them. Some of the answers are coming from what she already knows, and she knows a hell of a lot about the game. She really does. So I'll take this opportunity to thank Sotarista for giving them to me and to any other streamer that she has given them to. It's great work, and I'd like to thank you all very much for that. Okay, I'm also going to take a quick break. I've only been going for almost 3 hours now, so it's not a long time, but I need to go to the bathroom and grab something quick to eat, and I shall be back soon. I shall leave you with the... You know, the music's not playing. Why is my music not playing? That's better. Why didn't someone tell me the music wasn't going? Anyway, I'll leave you with the music, and I shall be back very shortly with a little bit of food and fresh bladder, so to speak. Anyway, I will not be long. Stick around, chat amongst yourselves. Any questions that are put into the chat whilst I'm away, I shall pick up and answer when I get back if I can. Thank you all for being here. All righty, I is back. Where are we? There we go. So thanks for sticking around and stuff like that. Much appreciated. I have just got myself Suimin noodles, 2-minute noodles type of thing. So it's just a cheap thing, you know. Well, these ones are more like 3-minute noodles because you've got to pour the hot water in and wait 3 minutes, so not 2 minutes. Where is it? That's something I want to check. Not there. There. Oh, good, I do have all 5. Fabulous. Ah, there's the box up there. Okay. That's for the... Wanted to take note of where this is for once I finish this flashpoint. With the issues I was having yesterday, I wasn't able to do the thing to feed the couple of animals in here. Which is what achievement? I'll just go bring it down for you. This one. So, little buddy's buddy is what I'm chasing. Friend to beast is what it's going to be. You got to feed Yavok buddies 3 times. I've done it once. I see no one had any questions about those frequently asked questions that I read out from Sotarista. So obviously I read them out really well and people understood everything. I was so hoping someone would get confused by the way I was reading it. Oh, well. Ooh, I'm cooking. Oh. Roasted Guardians, just what everybody wants. Now, the reason I go for that feed the beasties after I've completed the instance is because all the mobs in between and in the way will be gone. Ah, good. Food boxes back there. This is the last one you do. There is an order to them. Not many people have streamed how to do this, have mentioned the order. Because each one you hand in, the next one gives you less time to get there. So if you do them in the wrong order, it's not going to be too good for you. And of course, you also don't want to be doing it without with lag. You don't want to do it with lag. That's for sure. Not with lag. Because I had a lot of lag yesterday, and I only just missed out on getting the first one. Where's this second one? Down and around over there. Third one, sorry, there's a third one. There it is, behind that tree. Okay. As I said, I'm not doing those until after I've completed the instance. But this doesn't take a long time, especially if you get straight into it and stuff like that. And of course, remember to use rocket boots. Makes it even quicker. Rocket boots. I wonder if those things coming out is dependent on damage put out, because they came out very rapid this time around. I mean, it's always great when you can get it put out. Yeah, it's got to be done with damage. Your damage output. No dark side choices there. So what flavour sui min did I choose? I had 2 different flavours. I just grabbed the one that was on top. I definitely getting through the mobs a lot quicker than other times. I will be doing the bonus boss on here because I am actually chasing that on this flashpoint. And even though it's story mode, it still counts for the veteran achievements. And maybe if I can get enough people who can help me out, I'll get it done in master mode achievements too. Because the master modes, I've heard, are the way to be to get the gear you want in 7.0. I've said this a few times because I've done this flashpoint a few times. High security wardens need to be destroyed near these panels to be able to get to the bonus boss. If you do not do it there, then you won't get to the bonus boss. Because effectively you won't destroy those panels. Let's just back up a bit. Did I make it? I did. Good. Check me noodles. Oh, yes. Lid off. Red curry these are, and it is red. I don't know how hot it's going to be, so let's give it a good stir. Get everything going through. Definitely red on the top, not so red on the bottom. Give it a go, eh? Nice flavour. Quite nice flavour, actually. In the bin. I have a bin close by. That's yummy. We're here to do this. I do like those flavours. Should find out what flavours they are, because I wouldn't mind doing a bigger, fresher version. Like that. You know, don't wipe your mind if you leave the order and says, well, not anymore. Assuming that meaning they used to. Security panel. Come to me. Come at me. Come on, you bastard. You robotic piece of crap. You did get all hooked up. Oh, I'm a worm. I don't even know how to do the worm. There's not enough music. Oh no, I'm being attacked. Now, I'll hand this in first, just in case. Oh, damn it. I've got a light side choice. Kill the defense droids. Now it's the bonus bust. A monstrous Tyrannotatic, or however you wish to pronounce that. I'm quite sure I did just brutalize it. Hit the panels. I can fly. Could rename myself to Peter Pan. He flies. Okay. And another panel. You don't need to hit opposite ones. At least as far as I'm aware, you don't need to. I got mail. There he goes. Easy peasy. I mean, I'd like to be able to have a Guardian abilities with dual sabers, but you can't do that. Not even in 7.0. I just thought it would be nice. I did get it. No? Yes. Yes, I did get it. Oh, look, medical droid up there. Hmm. Hmm. Harry's got a little bit more bite to it than I expected. there's nothing I can't handle. Here's mine. One blew up. I think I made it just in time. Done. All right. So now to do the feed the beasties if I can. Oh shit. That's not boding well to start. Gotcha. Oh, did it again. But that's okay. I'm not. I can't shift it while it's on cooldown, I think. Can I shift this one? Why can't I shift it? Unusuals. Oh, not that one. That's the last one to do. Go behind this tree over here. Damn, missed it. Just missed it. Oh, well. Now I'm all stinky. From rotten foods. And it can't be done. Oh, look, I got a renown rank. And that's done. Off to my stronghold, clean out my inventory. What I put into there, let's just clean out this part with what I can do. For some reason, better armor, I suppose, but they're saying that these 294s are better than a 306. Not that I'm worried about it, because I'm just here to get rid of this rubbish. I'm around. I'm not gaining armors or anything. However, I'm after tech frags. At 2.5. Almost at 11,000 last time I spent them. I'm not spending them again. I'm keeping them. I don't know how well we're going to get tech frags after 7.0. And I do know tech frags are going to be needed in 7.0 to upgrade your gear. So that's done. I'm only going to have time this stream to do this one, but I will update my spreadsheet. So I've got two more Guardians to go. Then I will have done 6 in total, and I'll have 22 after that to go. So currently I've got 24 to complete. So I'm going to now swap over to the Imperial side. Have some more to eat. Actually, that's something I would like to find out. I might have to do that. How interesting. Okay, so what I was questioning is the difference between ramen noodle and instant noodles that we have in Australia. And what I have found out that the difference is nothing. So ramen noodles that they use from what I can see in America, is the same as the instant noodles we have in Australia, which is different to the traditional ramen noodle dish. So there is a difference to the traditional ramens. The traditional dish has the noodles are made wheat pool noodle type of thing, made by hand, that sort of thing. These are just made in machines and done stuff like that. I think the traditional one is just a beef a chicken or pork soup with the wheat pool noodles, which are very similar to these ones that I've got, topped with scallions or what we call spring onions, that type of thing. A couple of other things, and a slab of pork or chicken or something like that. Now, a lot of people think ramen noodles originated in Japan, but they didn't. It actually originated in China. Historians aren't aware of when it made the jump from China to Japan. Yeah, the actual name of the ramen Japanese noodle soup type of thing. It's called inasoba. Pronunciation, don't ask, I don't know. Which literally translates to Chinese soba. That's basically the origins that I found for ramen noodle. Okay, let's get into some PvP. Do it up. Now, I do have to finish on time today. I was supposed to go over to my mother's yesterday and do a little bit of work around her house for her. I forgot. Whoops. But I'm going to go there and do it today. So, seems like it takes a while for the queue to pop at the moment. If there's anyone in chat that wants to join me for the PvP, don't hesitate to shout out, speak up, that sort of thing. Now, I've also heard that, I can't remember exactly where, probably New York, but there's a place over there that make ramen burgers. Leveling a sentinel. Well, I'm on Imperial side, so that could make it difficult. But if you change your mind and you want to have a break from the leveling stuff, shout out. Or after this match, if you want to have a hand with your leveling process, I've got 45 minutes before I have to, just over 45 minutes before I have to head out anyway. But more than happy to give you a hand if you want it. I doubt you'll need it. Are you paying attention to the story for the Sentinel? Or just leveling? Who's on in line? No. Oh, look, there's a Chinese deli in here. I wonder if they have some ramen. I wish I could turn the commercials off. Although you wouldn't have heard that because you got a commercial, so did everybody else. Well, I didn't get a commercial. Go over there. Hey, I got pushed. Well, they got that. There you go. Damn. They're coming through quick. That guy's got to get down from up there. And that's what I'm gonna does, I hope. How do I get up there? Smart ass. But that gets me what I wanted. I'd like to have helped you with the, I'm sure that ad's over now, Resolute. I'd like to help with the ads, but I can't. Twitch says we need to have ads. So I need to give ads. Well, that was a good one to get out of. I'll have to drink the rest of that. I'll do that one later though. Don't mind eating a little bit, but when it comes to that sort of stuff, probably not. Let's see. Got time for it. How are you enjoying the Sentinel story? So you're only just at the beginning, really. Or you should be close to the end of chapter 1. What do we get this time? Oh, Nova Coast. West, just in case, on the odd chance we win. I'm going to head down to, or up to the western panel, while everyone else goes to the southern. I don't know if anyone will come with me, but we'll see in about 1 minute. Well, it looks like I could be having one. Ibitia. Gone in, did it and done it. He's going to go over to the eastern already. I need to defend. There's 2 over at the eastern. I don't like defending, really. Because, especially on my own. Defending on my own is a real bitch. That Nathan Fondler, why is he out there? Oh, well. Look through my eyes. The peeps coming down here. I'm assuming I've got peeps coming in. There's one. What are you doing? Running around them isn't going to get it done, you nut. I mean, seriously, don't they know how to play the game? Yes, let's run around them. It'll stop them from capping. I mean, they might be healers, but... Oh, we lost someone. Oh, there I go. Now, I'm not going to do too well here because they've got to hit. He's guarded. Well, we're done for. Unless we cap them both back and hold them. They're 3 capping us. Let them defend for a change. I mean, we could come back and win this. Nah, too late. We have to cap it within the real quick. They're capping the other side. Yeah, that wasn't gonna work. Right. Let's go for a flashy. Something different. Flash point. Oh, what the heck. I'll go for all of them. Let's see. What do I want? That's not what I want. I want. What do I want? What does I want, peeps? Reset that. Let's go there. That should be somewhat workable. Not with 2 tanks. I don't think I want to go with 2 tanks, do I? Well, you might not be a tank. Why the hell not? What do we get? Oh my god. Lo and behold, spammer station. That's what everybody wants. I do believe I've accidentally hit a button. So we got 2 full tanks in here. You're right, we won't die. I don't think he minded so much because I was asking as on set as a tank as well. Oh yes, I forgot. We have a healer. I was wondering why my health wasn't going down. It's the healer's cleansing. I'll let him have the next boss if he wants it. I'll let him pull him. Yes. Oh. I have 2 tanks, but everything dies quick. Hey, we just missed it all. We all missed. We got light side appointment thing. A little bit of positioning never hurts anything. So we got healer and the sniper. Oops, that's a taunt. Oops, that's a taunt. Wrong buttons. Light side I want. I think I'm light side. I'll go light side anyway. Oh, I'm dark side. I had a 50-50 chance of being incorrect. Let's see, you got sleep. Yep. Enjoy that next time. After Tuesday. You still play well? You can have the front, I'll take the back. Well, I'm out of energies. Not usual. Oh, he did it. Oh, I nearly ran off. Nearly ran off. That's the way, healer. So as a healer, don't stand in the spray. And in just on the outside. How goes me time? Few more minutes yet. 10, I think. Yep, 10 minutes. So if I go a little bit over, that's fine. So I'll do one more. Or will I? No, I won't. Okay. So I've got 10 minutes to go. I've got to do a few things before I do. But let's see who's up in the boot. Let's just stick it on to this scene. Hope the credits are rolling. Don't think the credits will do too much for me at the moment, except thank everybody that's here. And I shall do that anyway. Thank you to all who have come in and stuck it out with us. Much appreciated. Thank you to Freddie. It's your boy Freddie for you being a moderator for me. Very much appreciated. Who am I going to go off to raid? Let me see. Let's just drop that volume a bit. There we go. Okay, where am I headed? Any Star Warsy people's Owen? I know one. That's him. Although he was there. Where's him? Got a few on. I might go here. I'll go here. This is where I'm going to go. Let's see how he goes. Hang on a sec before I go there. Just checking, making sure he's going to be on for a bit longer. Maybe not. Maybe I won't go here. Let's choose someone else. I raided him yesterday. Here we go. Interesting. I'll go here. This is where I'm going. I want to watch it. We're going off to see and raid stocks. Let's see. You got Star Wars Legion Night. Doing a tabletop simulator. So this is seeming interesting to me. So hopefully you guys get interested with it as well. If you don't know Socks, he's a great fella, good streamer, and that sort of thing. Mainly on Starforge. He also does some little painting, figure painting, that sort of thing. Star Wars and that sort of stuff. So yeah, if you don't know him, give him a watch. If you're going to like him and follow him just naturally. But, yeah, give him a watch and see how it goes. Okay, and I shall be back on again tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. my time. So that's GMT plus 8. Yeah. Which is, I think, 1:30 a.m. GMT plus 0. You can work it out from there, I hope. Anyway, enjoy the raid. Catch us all later on.